Good morning, Discord. Good morning, YouTube. Let's get into it. Before we get started, do not consider this financial advice. Trading stocks involve risk. The owner of the channel, the traders that appear in the broadcast, and affiliate companies are not liable for any losses inflicted in relation to its content. And then go to livespytrading.com so I can get you sorted. All right, let's see what we got. We got the 5MA at about 735.84. We're going to look to see if we BRR underneath or if we grab liquidity. So let's wait for some deep structure here. Let's see what we want to do off the 5. What up, Nick 8? Where you been, Nikki? We missed you. For Discord, we're going to look for this right here. Or this. All right, so we're going to be in green until we're not. If we break green, we want to break and retest in this lick box down here. Is everyone clear? Is that clear to everybody? Here, I'll say it again. Ready? We're in this green until we're not. We're looking for puts on a break and retest somewhere over here, okay? Clearly do not follow drawings, people. Correct, but look, pay attention to where it is, right? We want to break inside this one, retest, and then reject. So we want to break inside this one. So we got to have significant movement. Otherwise, we're just still in here. Pay attention to the price on the side. Wherever the prices are, whenever you see the flexions on the price, that's what you want to look for. So I'm going to clear this up just so we can see a little bit better. I'm going to clear the, I guess I'll leave that. All right, so we are below the water, maybe starting a bear cycle and maybe exiting a bear cycle. So this is sideways, and we got to see what we do underneath the 5, or at the 5 rather. So between the 5 and this key level here, probably not a lot to do. If you didn't already take the trade to the 5, there's probably not a lot to do. So like I said, if you didn't already take the trade if you didn't already buy your put to the 5, there's probably not a lot to do, right? So we're gonna let this play out just a little bit, but in the meantime, we're gonna do a screen trading plan. Look for a play off the 5 MA. Okay, there it is. If you didn't already do it, now you gotta wait, okay? Now you gotta wait. But for some reason, people still have a hard time trying to figure out what they want to do with their life. They don't know if they need to join the Discord or not. For some reason, people just don't know what to do. So strange. You know, people always say, if I just knew that ahead of time, man, what I would have done. And I'm giving away the answers ahead of time, and people still are confused. It's okay. It's not for everybody. Don't feel bad about it. One day you'll be smart. Let this play out, right? We know all the liquidity's right here. We know all of it's right here on the 5. Now, if it breaks and just shoots down, there's nothing you can do. If it never comes back up to retest, there's nothing you can do. So don't feel bad about it if you miss it. Feeling bad is not going to do anything for you. And while we're in here, probably not a lot to do. And remember, this the bottom of this lick box is supposed to represent the 5 MA. So don't use this as like exact to the money liquidity box. No. This is supposed to represent the 5 MA. Damn, was I on mute the whole time? All right, I'll say it again. Wait, let me make sure I'm, can you go, okay. Okay, ready? Let me say it again, my bad. We could, it's happening. So look, if it doesn't break through on the first attempt, it's reasonable to expect that they need just a little bit of pullback to grab some strength. If it doesn't break through on the second attempt, on the downside, then we're just stuck in chop. If we can get up here and start to make this, whatever this area is, what is this? 36.54-ish. If we can make this support, then we're gonna look for 37.63 to be the target, because that'll confirm that we're just stuck in chop. So if we get a second attempt around here for the push back down to the 5, which it's pretty much right there. Let's see in the second attempt. So look, let me explain what the drawings mean. If the first attempt doesn't break through, then the second attempt, then we're going to be looking for a second attempt. If the second attempt fails and we get above, what did I say? 36, around this area, 36.55-ish. If we get above this, then we're going to target maybe 37.63. However, that will only confirm that we're still in chop. That doesn't mean to hold on to it forever. So now we need to be patient here. And look, do you see how we're bouncing off? Just Discord should be using the 5-minute chart. All right, so I'm going to clear this one, because now we can start to narrow down the most likely or the higher probability. So now let's see if we form support here to push up to what is this? 73, oh, excuse me, 37.63. Everything's saying sideways. Everything says sideways. We're back at market open. Let me just clean this chart up just a little bit. I just need to see. Now we want to see if we form support around here and stay inside of this purple. But if you're waiting to clear this liquidity, just wait for it. Just wait for it. It's probably your best bet. Because inside here is going to be the risk. This green has good liquidity for a break. Now we got to be patient. I'm just rewinding to see if I can, damn it, see if I can find, there. So we're at the 5. Be careful here. If you're waiting for this, wait for it. We're at the 5 right now. Why would I do that, Jones? Because that's not the setup. Right? The setup's already on the screen. It needs to break, retest, and reject whatever I have here. So it doesn't make sense for me to say that. But this is the risk, right? If different people have different risk. If you want to risk it from here, fine. That's on you, but this is what I'm calling as the setup. If you want to make your own risk, then you can go ahead and do that. Because we don't know if it's going to break the 5. We're at the 5, so the 5 has to break first of all. On a break and retest of the 5, this is what I recommend. If you want to make your own call, then you can make your own call. Well, here's the thing, Jones. I'm not going to tell people how to risk their own money. I'm showing what the risk is. That's for them to decide their risk tolerance, right? Because what if they put a certain stop loss and they didn't put the proper stop loss and then they stop themselves out? Then what? They're going to blame me, right? If they didn't hold long enough, if they didn't put the stop below the last low because they're not willing to risk how much it takes to put the stop. You see what I'm saying? So that would be, I don't think, okay, so what I'm saying is this. If I were to say whichever direction, and their stop loss is to be up here, above the last high, let's say on puts, but they don't put it there because they're not willing to risk that much money, then what? And they get stopped out, then what? So it's my job to show the risk. You know, people can choose whatever they want to do. It's my job to show the risk. This is what I believe is the ideal setup right here. If you want to take the break, if you want to wait for the retest, this is what I believe is the ideal setup. So I actually don't need to say anything because I've literally already said it by saying this is the setup. So we'll know if all this is going to happen once. We'll know the 5 is going to break and retest once this plays out, right? Yeah, everyone has different risk tolerance. That would be, and also, you know, people need to see how the market moves, because if they never, I don't want to do risky plays. I want to do safe plays. In time, they'll understand, you know, what this takes time. It's not going to happen like, you know, what if there's people that are brand new? It's not going to happen overnight. Like, for example, what if someone were to take a trade right here on the break of this 5? They took a trade right here on the break of the 5, and now look, they got stopped out. Like, you know, I can't, it wouldn't be smart for me to do that. What up, Stacy? Because either way, it has to break the 5. Because we don't know if this is going to happen right here. Right here, this is what I'm saying. If we get a second attempt, right? Look, you see this? When I drew this, this is the second attempt. If we get a second attempt and it rejects, then that means we're just stuck in the chop. So I've already said everything that you're thinking. I've already been there and done that. I've already done all the work in my head within milliseconds. That's why look, exactly what I said. It's all happening, Jones. Look, right in front of your face, right now, it's happening. This is what I wanted to warn against. If we get a second attempt and it doesn't break through on a break and retest, then we're just stuck in chop. This is what I'm saying. It's just better off we're patient. Let's wait for it. I need to show people what the risk is. They need to see the risk so they understand when I'm drawing this and explaining it, this is why. Whatever's happening right now is the reason why I operate the way I do. So help them for the exact moment. Brother, I just explained to you why it can't be exact, because everyone has a different risk tolerance. Everybody. This is the exact moment here. There's nothing more specific I can do about this moment right here on the break and retest. There's nothing more specific I can say about it. We have to break this green, close below the green, retest this, and then reject. That's the exact moment. Right? There's nothing more specific I can say about it. Like, how much more specific can I do other than explain it exactly? And I even said, look at the price to the side. That's the exact moment. The price on the side. There's nothing more specific I can say. It's literally drawn out in colors, right? It's literally drawn. You know, the 5 is the risk. We have to clear the 5. There's nothing more I need to say about it. If we're above the 5, we're not interested in puts. We're interested in puts on a break and retest of the 5. Look, here goes. Look, I told you, it's going to retest. See this drawing here? It's going to retest. And now we need to see what happens on the retest. If we break below and retest, look, it's all happening. It's all happening. So just let it happen. We can't be impatient. We got to wait for it. Just let it happen. It's all happening. Brother, I cannot make it any easier than what I'm doing. This is the stock market. It's not like an exact science, right? That's not a thing. You're asking for 100% clarity, and I can't be any more clear than what needs to happen. Now look, if it breaks this green and shoots down and you miss it, then there's nothing you can do about it. This is the risk you have to be willing to take. I literally said this already this morning. If it breaks and shoots down and never retests, then my bad. But I'm showing you what the optimal setup would look like. So look, if you took this green, which I said on the break of green, this is 35.67 to 35.20. This is the 30 cents I offer. So if you didn't take the trade, that's on you. This is the 30 cents I'm guaranteeing. Well, not guaranteed, but this is what I'm offering, right? It's right here on the break of green. It just happened. If you didn't take the trade, there's nothing I can do. I have an entire entry and exit strategy already set up, Jones. You got to go read it. It's already here. The answers are on the screen in front of you. I can't be any more exact than what I told you what would happen. So it's up to people to take the risk. That's not for me to decide their risk tolerance. Because in time, you know, my hope is that in time they're gonna hold on. Let me focus. In time, they're gonna get the experience and the weight under their belt to say, oh, okay, now I know what to expect. Now I know what he's talking about. Now I understand the risk. Now I know I should have let it run. Now I know where I should have put my stop loss. This takes time. We got a minute 50 on the candle. And I literally said, if it breaks this green and just shoots down without you, my bad. If it never comes back and retest, my bad. I literally said that. So I can't be any more specific than telling you there's also secondary liquidity here on the break of green. And I even have an entry and exit strategy. All of this is covered in the entry and exit strategy. All of it. It even has lick boxes drawn on it. How can I be more specific than telling you on the break of green, if it goes without you, then oh well. If it break a green, look, the green broke. How much more specific? I even have a drawing. You're asking for too much. You're asking for too much, man. That's just it. I can't be any more specific by saying break a green. Look at the. Okay, look, someone is up 15% right now. He didn't have a problem. Yeah, I can't be any more specific, man. It's literally drawn on the screen. And I said, if it doesn't come back and retest, then oh well. If you didn't take the trade and it doesn't come back and retest, then there's nothing we can do about it. You can't be mad about it. I mean, I literally had this talk. I even pointed out secondary liquidity. You know, break a green, and if not, then we're in green until we're not. I literally said all of this. I don't know what you're talking about. I really don't know what you're saying, because everything I did say it, right? I actually said it out loud in real life. I said, Discord, pay attention to your 5-minute chart We're in green until we're not. We're in green until we're not. If it breaks green and shoots off without you and it doesn't retest, my bad. I'm showing you what the optimal setup would look like. Everything that I said would happen has happened. So I don't know how much more clear I could be. It's actually impossible because I literally drew it. Right? Oh man. And I even have it drawn right here. Look, if it pulls back to this level here, look at the drawing. Look at the drawing. This has been here since before this happened, right? Look exactly where it retested and rejected. Back down to the 5. Now, if it gets under, retests and rejects, great. You know, but there's nothing more I can do other than tell you exactly what's going to happen and where. And look, see this right here? What if someone got in on the trade and got stopped out right here? I can't control that, right? So it's up. They need to see. They need time in the market. Me telling, because it doesn't matter how much I say do this and do that, because, you know, I'm willing to bet I've made call outs and people stopped out for absolutely. I've done it myself. I do it myself all the time, where I stop out for absolutely no reason. There's no reason for me to stop myself out. I made $3 and I get nervous and I stop myself out. People need time in the market to see how it works. You just got to give them time. This is not a get rich quick scheme. This is going to take time. And I understand people get frustrated, but you can't be frustrated with the data that I'm putting out. You can only be frustrated with their own personal performance, right? Some people have automatic stop losses at 15, 18, 20% instead of letting it play out, right? So because I post every day the wins. So you can't be, I get it. People are frustrated because the market has those weird candles where you never expect it, or, you know, that one candle grabs liquidity from you right when you, as soon as you thought it was safe to move your stop. I get it. People get frustrated. This is not easy. If it was easy, everyone would be doing it. Everyone would be filthy rich. But if you follow the strategy just a little bit, I think you'll be fine. But it takes time to follow that strategy. And, you know, there's only like a handful of people that have been in here for months and months and months. There's only a handful of people. So if they get frustrated within a month because they're not profitable day trading, that doesn't make me feel bad, because that's normal. It's not normal to be a profitable day trader because you've been doing it for a month. That's not reasonable. So if people don't have reasonable expectations, then it's not for them. You know, I can't control that. If by me saying before the market opened, look for a play off the 5 MA, and you didn't do it by now, there's nothing I can do. So how can you be frustrated? I don't understand. But I get it. You know, people have strange expectations. They think that they're going to join a Discord and within two weeks that they're going to have the whole entire day trading stock market thing figured out. And I'm here to tell everybody that is not how this works. This takes time. This takes a lot of time. It's not a get rich quick scheme. clean up the chart. But I know people get frustrated because I was the same. I was the exact same. What up, Doug? All right, look. So you see the liquidity building up in blue, okay? You see the liquidity building up in blue. Let's see if we retest this 5. Look, if we break the 5 and break blue, we're gonna look for calls to 37.63. So if you're patiently waiting, patiently wait. If you're waiting for this, wait for it. There you go, Doug. Easy money. Take the money when you see it, right? The home runs are going to come. Keep stacking up those base hits because the home runs are going to come. It is what it is. This is how it, so look, everything's based on a balance of probabilities. No one knows. However, when we take a risk, I recommend take the money when you see it. Take the money when you see it. And stack those little wins. Because when the home runs come, they're going to hit big. They're going to hit big. When the home runs come, they're going to hit big. So look, blue has a lot of liquidity in it. So let's watch out for blue for the call side. So look, we moved out of green. Now we're in this blue. All right, Doug, there you go. Look, I always tell everybody, it's hard to be wrong twice in a row. You can be wrong once, and as long as we have enough time in the day, you can either, I always say this, you can either mitigate the loss significantly or maybe even come out on top. If you stick with it, stick with the plan and allow what needs to happen, one of those things are going to happen. That's just because I've already done the math. I've already done all the math. There you go. There you go. And that, because that's why I always say, look, if it breaks and just shoots without us, oh well, we got to be okay with missing out on that. Because, I like to draw the optimal. I like to draw the optimal setup. What would be the best ideal setup? Those are the ones that I like to draw out. All right, let's see if we reject off the 5 or if they grab liquidity and keep going. Remember, it looks like we're doing this. And another thing you guys have to remember, I don't know when the thing will happen. I don't know when. I just know what it needs to look like. So if we want a break, a retest, and a reject, we have to hope for a weak cycle here, right? Or just continuation in this cycle here, whichever one. So here's what we're contending with, the 5 and the blue. We're contending with the 5 and the blue. Damn, I was just talking on mute. So look, this would be ideal. If we look, we're above the 5. Now we want to break the blue and then retest around 35.87 and then push up. This would be ideal. Now if we break blue and shoot off, nothing we can do about it. But we're in blue until we're not. Easy money, right? If you understand the risk and you take the money when it's on the table, this gets much easier. Much easier. Instead of, hoping and praying and biting our toenails and hoping this thing works out, take the money. Because when the home runs come, it's going to hit. It's going to hit. I'm telling you. So little by little, we have to build the account. It's not going to happen overnight. There you go, Doug. This takes time, brother. You'll be fine. Just don't over leverage and don't get greedy. I get greedy a lot. So, and I get hard, and I'm very hard on myself. Whenever I do get greedy, even though I can be doing perfectly fine, I'll still be very hard on myself, and then that makes me maybe anxious or nervous on my next trade, and I'm trying to tell you from my experience, it doesn't work. We just have to let whatever is going to happen, let it happen. All right, Doug, there you go, man. Damn. Very happy to hear that. Very happy to hear that. Very happy to hear that, man. And it's not easy, right? It's not easy because you have to sit there and watch the red candles come in and you're like, oh man, why did I do that? And you start second guessing everything. Once you start getting this in your mind, it really takes a toll on your mental state. And when we're trading, if we have a cloudy mental state and we're not like, watching what the charts are telling us, it's going to be rough. It's going to be rough because the mental state is everything. It's everything. Yeah. Exactly, dude. Exactly. I couldn't have said it better myself. Doug. And a lot of it is, we see plays go by or we see movement in the market and we're like, damn, I should have got in when I thought, you keep constantly second guessing instead of having like a strategy that we can repeat over and over. And also, you know what? We're in interesting times. I think a lot of this is fake, man. A lot of this is fake. None of this is real. All right, we got 4 minutes on the candle. Okay, Doug, if you don't mind sharing with the people, what do you think was the mistake and then what was the lesson learned? Jones, I'm not trying to jump on you. I'm not jumping on you. I'm just, oh wait, let me see Kyle. Yeah, Jones, I didn't mean to jump on you if you think I was jumping on you. I'm just saying, like, I guess it's hard to convey the message. I'm not a good communicator. That's probably not a good thing. That's probably not a good thing. That's probably why I use the drawings, right? But man, I don't want you to think I'm jumping on you. It's just hard to be more precise than okay. I think I'm pretty accurate, but I think you're looking for precision. And I don't know if that's an actual thing. All right. The mistake was I got them put, obviously, because I was not focusing on what was in front of me. And like what you guys know already about me, relying on indicators. Yeah, the indicators, dude. That's what really may get into, okay. Yeah, man. I'm telling you, those indicators. Now you see what I'm talking about, right? You see how they switch up on you? Once a certain thing happens, the indicator will switch. And then they tell you, oh, look, you should have done this way after the fact. Yeah, that's what I'm telling you. The indicators. And the only reason I know this, Doug, is because I've been through it so much. I've been through it so much, dude. The same thing you're describing, that was me. Whatever you're saying was me. Yeah, I know. I hate to see anyone lose money. You're right. I really do. No, but he did fine because he fought back at the end of the day. He stuck with the plan at the end of the day. And hopefully now, Doug, you see that the indicators, they actually don't do anything for us. We can use them. You know, I'm not saying they can't be used. We use them, but only after the fact. We can't take trades based on indicators because they can't tell us when to trade, right? They can't. That's not a thing. All right, cool. And you notice yesterday I left for like, I don't know, like 2 hours or something like that. I left for 2 hours, but I left the plays on the screen, right? And they all played out. Everything played out. Like damn near perfect. So, you know, and the indicators can't tell you 2 hours in advance what's going to happen. That's not a thing. The indicators can't do that. All right, look, we're in the blue until we're not, right? We're in the blue until we're not. And then the only entry for calls is we had to break the blue. At minimum, we had to break the blue. We never broke the blue. So, Jones, this is a good example of me saying, like, I can't be any more specific than that, right? If people are taking the trade before it breaks and retest, then, you know, there's nothing I can do about that. Because that's what I'm trying to explain to you, Jones. Not that I'm jumping on you. It's just that I think people they're looking at this and they're like, oh, okay, well, I have a bias that this is going to happen now, right? That there is going to be a break and retest. Instead of actually waiting for the break and retest, I think a lot of our bias comes into play. And the only reason I'm saying that is because I've done it myself a million times. A million times. But this is what I'm talking about. Right here, what happened? It's like, look, if you didn't take the break of green, or if you waited for the break and retest here, then you're probably glad you waited for the break and retest, right? You're probably glad you waited for that. But the calls, you know, a certain thing needed to happen. Literally followed this morning and not even an hour, already made $110. Exactly. Every day I make between. Okay, there you go. Uh-huh. I appreciate that, Doug. But I mean, and this is all your work, right? Because you are the one making the analysis on the risk. You are the one who knows your risk tolerance. You are the one who knows the way your bank account's set up and how to maximize that based on your risk tolerance. Only you know that. So you're doing the work of making executive decisions and understanding whatever the shit I'm saying. Whatever the shit I'm saying, if it doesn't do that, then guess what? That's not our setup. I'm not saying that there aren't other setups. That's just not the ones that I'm identifying. But look, we're still in blue until we're not. Here's a break, retest of the green. You know, we would have preferred it down here. This would have showed us some strength. If it would have stayed down here, this would have showed us some strength. And the call scenario, at minimum, we had to break this blue. Minimum. And I see that's a thing. I think a lot of people are probably in the same situation. I was following all these other streamers that I'm not really making a difference. Yeah. I got you. It's like digging a hole, then filling the hole back up. Digging a hole, filling the hole back up. You never really get anywhere. No. I get it, Doug. Trust me, brother. I get it. You know, because sometimes the indicators are going to tell you. Hold on, let me focus real quick. Okay. Sometimes the indicators are going to confirm your bias. That's the dangerous part. That's the dangerous part. When the indicators confirm your bias, then you're like, got it. I knew I was brilliant. I knew I was a genius. Once the indicators do that, oh man, that's no good. All right, there it is. There it is. Look, we're in blue until we're not, right? We're in blue until we're not. So if I think a lot of people would see this candle and realize, like, and think, oh man, he just drew this bolt up. So, and look at this candle that probably, look at the money. Hold on, let me focus. Here's our 50-50 right here, right? Here's our 50-50. So on the 50-50, at minimum, we had to break and retest. No, you're fine, Doug. At minimum, we had to break and retest for this 50-50 to even be a thing. But instead, we rejected on blue. This is easy money. This is easy money. Now just don't overstay your welcome. Remember what listen, I told everyone the same thing. We want to see a weak cycle inside of blue. A weak cycle underneath the 5 would have been even better. But instead it happened inside of blue. We already knew blue was a thing. Okay, now look, the next target is at 34.44. So adjust your stops, tighten your stops. Okay, we went past. All right, adjust your stops. I'm not saying to stop yourself out. I'm saying to adjust. Next target is 34. We can expect a little bit of violence right here. Okay, Jones, I want to talk to you. Where's Jones at? Did he leave? Oh, no. Jones, listen. Hold on, just wait. I got a question for you. Well, if you gotta go, you gotta go. But do you have time for a question or no? All right, brother. We'll do it tomorrow then. Look, we're on the bottom of blue now, so be careful. There's going to be some violence. So the bottom of blue is right around 34. So be careful on the bottom of blue. Because if we're still in blue, right? Look what blue does. Top, bottom, top, bottom, top, bottom. So we identified blue. Easy money. I'm probably going to take some off the table here. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Okay. This one just took half my contracts out. Come on, man. This one just took half my Alright, well, I'm still... Hold on, I gotta focus. Give me a second. Hold on, wait. I said I don't. Oh, okay. My bad. Alright, so here's my question. Because if... I want to know how I can communicate this any better. So I'm just trying to learn. I want to be better. I want to get better. So let's say at 10:05 on this candle here, when it started to retest and we identified the blue, and I told everyone, look, we're in blue until we're not. If it wants to head up, we need to break blue and retest and reject. How could I have conveyed that message any better that we're in that, you know, we're still traveling down blue? Is there any way that you can think of that I could have made it any more clear that we're in blue until that we're traveling down blue, and in order for the call scenario we need to break, retest, whatever, and I know this is your opinion, so I'm not gonna like hold you like, oh, this is a fact, you know, this is an opinion, I get it, but I want to know, in your opinion, how could I have conveyed that message any better that we're in blue until we're not? And that we've moved. All right, Jimmy James. 3-figure day again, Jimmy James. I told you the home runs, when they come, they're going to come. I told you the home runs are going to come. Let me adjust here. Damn, everything in my body's telling me to stop out. Okay, there we go. There we go. Okay, thank goodness. There we go. Now I got a little bit of room to breathe. A little bit of breathing room here, right? Easy money. Easy money. This is too easy. Remember, do not consider this financial advice. Trading stocks involve risk. To owner of the channel, the traders that appear in the broadcast and your affiliate companies are not liable for any loss inflicted in relation to its content. Once you get done reading that, go to livespytrading.com so I can get you sorted out. This is way too easy. Look, the call scenario, we had to break blue. It had to break blue. Otherwise, I told you, we're in blue until we're not. Look at the money we just printed. Jimmy James with the, I love it. Oh my goodness. Here, look, I'm gonna screen share you guys. Look at Jimmy James with the 300. Oh my God, 80% on that. Easy money. Let's go. Oh my goodness. Oh, he's staying with the prices. Oh, we had a good day. We had a very good day. Hold on, now I gotta focus. Ah, this one got me right here. Okay, this is a good play. This was a very good play for us. Let's see if we made secondary liquidity right here. I believe so. Man, I am sweaty. Oh my God, we had a good day. We had a very good day. Oh, geez. Wow. Okay, so look, the retest was crazy. They retested the blue, right? So we're in blue, bouncing in blue. I definitely 100% said we're in blue. We're in blue, and in order for calls, we need to break and retest. We need to break blue and retest 35.87. I even made sure that I wasn't on mute because I think I was on mute. Look at Jimmy James. Jimmy, I told you, Jimmy James, stick with me, brother. Stick with me. Oh my God, we had a good day. And look, you really need to start thinking about calling it a day. You added more in the retest. Good job. Good job, Cal. Good job, Cal. Because we saw that there was, a retest. The retest wasn't on the 5, it was on blue. This was raw. Actually, you know what? It was on blue and on the green. Look, it retested the green and the blue at the same time. There was too much liquidity built up here that they couldn't break through. So that's why when I drew this break and retest, all of this had to happen. All of it. I'm not mad that I took my profit. I'm not mad because I wouldn't have been okay with this type of drawdown. Even if it does keep going down in blue, I'm not okay with this type of drawdown. I'm not built for that. Oh man, we had a good day. We had a good day. Woo-wee! Damn. And I left it on YouTube. I meant to block it out for YouTube, but I was distracted a little bit. All right, YouTube, you guys got a little insight into the 5-minute chart, into the secret room. Okay. Tell you what, see if you told me. So sometimes the break and reject isn't always the same. Isn't always the same, or it's clear to think for new people. Sometimes it's a clear break and shoot off. Sometimes it's just a little dance. All right, can I read this out loud? Because I don't mind. I don't mind being fully transparent with criticism. If you don't want me to read it, then I won't read it. But I would like to read it out loud. But if not, then that's fine. Okay. So this is to everyone watching. I want you to hear criticism because it's not always a sunny day. All right. I will tell you what 6 people have told me. So sometimes the break and reject isn't always the same or as clear as you think for new people. Sometimes it's a clear break off and shoot. It's a clear break and shoot off. Sometimes it's a little dance, you say. And many times it's BRR, a candle then shoots back the other direction. People, especially at the beginning, would feel more comfortable if you said, okay, there it is, let's go, or let's enter. A lot of people are very hesitant. I'm just telling you on behalf of the Discord because I don't mind. It makes it easier to have some reassurance in the beginning of the journey. That's why Top Trading Edge has 1,000 people. He's telling the Discord when he enters, they also lose a lot. That was a side note. He didn't say that. The lose a lot part was me, but that's just me being biased. Has 1,000 people he tells the Discord when he enters. So does what's his name, Ross Cameron. Don't assault the messenger. I'm up about 3K before this big rally, didn't even play it or need it. But if you want to build the channel, that's how. It's up to them if they want to take the plays, how much they want, when to exit. But helping people with their entry anxiety would be helpful. Go ahead and read it. Okay, sorry. Okay, I'm gonna address everything you said. Let me address everything. Yeah, hold on. Before I go, let this retrace. Let me draw the setups really quick. Let me draw the setup so we always have a plan. So we always have a plan. We need to be above here. From this point here, where we are right now, still the same thing. We need to break this blue. So that's number one. And then I want to see, I would be comfortable with this. A break of blue and a retest all the way down here is possible. I would feel more comfortable with this up here, right? So we could look for this. Here's a possibility. This. Here's what I'll feel comfortable with. This right here is what I feel comfortable with. It's okay, Doug. I'll address it. I think it's reasonable criticism, and for new people that so yeah, for new people or old members, whoever it is that have the anxiety, like the hesitation or anxiety on certain plays. Well, let me see if I can go in order. So I'm not sure how to respond to, sometimes it's a clear break and shoot off, sometimes it's a BRR, sometimes a dance. I'm not sure how to respond to that because I don't know the future, right? So you're right. Sometimes it is a dance. I always tell you to look for the dance on a level of liquidity. That's just one way that, I've never even heard of that term. The dance, that's something that human capital, what up? Welcome. So I'm addressing some of the concerns. So I'm glad you're here. So here's some of the concerns in the Discord about the call outs. I don't know how to address. Okay, so the thing about the dance, look, let me explain to everyone what the dance is, right? So we'll use this green because this green is more something I'd like. Whenever I reference the dance, so sometimes I'll circle a certain area, and let's say for puts, I want to see the price hit this area, reject, and then break it again. This is what I call a dance, okay? The salsa, yeah. So this is what I call the dance. So when I draw these circles, I want to see a dance, a quick down, up, down. This would be the put scenario, right? So this is something literally I made up. I've never heard anyone say this. If there's someone else saying that shit, maybe. But this is something I made up. So when you're talking about the dance, it's hard for me to done for the dance. All right, Chenko, have a good day, brother. 25%, that's a good day. That's a good day. Call it a day. There you go. That's how you do it. All right, listen, when it comes to the dance, I'm just addressing everything individually. Okay, so did I explain the dance better? Now that you just saw it? So for example, let's say if I draw the dance here and the price does this, then there's no dance, right? We want to see it. We need to see it. We want to see it touch this level, go up, and then break. On the break, I consider the dance. A break with a close, right? Not just a wick. We need a close. The dance is hard to interpret, was it not? Is it? Well, now that I explained it, this is the best I can do, man. Yeah, so the dance is something I made up in my head. I don't know if it's a thing. It's not that you haven't explained it. It's just hard to figure out. Did it actually happen? One person says yes, the other says no. Okay, yeah, there's nothing I can do about I don't know what I can do about that. Okay, then don't pay attention to anything about a dance then. Okay, I'll try to take the dance out. Let me address something else. Let me keep moving forward. I like the dance theory. All right. All right, yeah. Let me address something else. And I'm glad we're having this conversation because I want to be fully transparent with everybody. I want to be fully transparent. So, let me see. Okay. Sometimes it's just a dance. Many times it's a BRR. So yeah, I always prefer a break, retest, and reject. That's always going to be my preference, right? BRR, always going to be my preference. If you want, ignore the dance then. If it's hard to ignore the dance, just wait for the break, retest, and reject. It's just something that I've noticed as a pattern that usually whenever that dance does happen on a certain level of liquidity, that there's a higher chance of success. That's just something I've noticed, a pattern that I've noticed. But ignore the dance, always reference BRR. Okay. And then also look, so when you're saying the price could shoot off and there's nothing, okay, look, let's say the price was doing this right here. Let's say none of this happened. Ignore all this. Let's say we're just doing this, right? Now, it would be ideal if we broke this green here, broke it, retested the green, and rejected. This would be ideal, okay? However, oftentimes, whenever liquidity builds up like this, it just shoots, and there's nothing we can do about that. I'm always going to give you the best, what I view as the best setup. It would be much more higher likelihood of success if we wait for this retest. That's all. That's all I'm saying. So with that concern, there's nothing I can say about that. Hold on. Was the dance a hesitation? A hesitation on whose part? Hold on. Let me continue with this, and then we'll go one by one. People especially in the beginning, would feel more comfortable if you said, okay, there it is, let's go, or let's enter. Okay, so, and I'm pretty sure I've said this before, but I'll say it again. I don't mind saying it a million times because people are spending money and I get it. If I'm telling people that on the break of green, this one right here, if I'm saying the break of green is our entry, and I'm saying that your stop loss has to be above the last high, and I'm saying what the entry is, right? Break of green. So what do you mean? I'm literally telling people what the entries are. Do I really need to say go in now because the break of green is when to go in? Like, it doesn't make sense. Like, that's the part I'm having a hard time understanding. If it's the break of green or the break of blue, that's what you do. Like, I have a whole lesson plan on going through videos on how to interpret what I'm saying, right? It's building this, break of this. Building that, break of that. We're in blue until we're not. So look, I stopped myself out on this candle here. Even though I said, I know we're still in blue until we're not, I'm not okay with this drawdown. And look, it's still going, right? This is my own. So literally it didn't matter that I told people we're going to be in blue until we're not, because if you didn't take a trade by now in blue, there's nothing I can do for you. So by me saying break of green is the entry and your stop loss needs to be above the last high, tell me how is me saying go in now? Because that is me saying go in now, right? That is me saying go in now. So like that part, I'm never going to understand because a certain thing needs to happen. A certain thing needs to happen. And also, look, some people want to take the break and go in heavy on the break of green and get out. Some people would rather wait for the retest and reject. So, you know, I'm trying to accommodate many different risk tolerances. If the break of green and your stop above the last high wasn't enough information, then this isn't for you. Because there's always going to be a drop. There's always, and especially when I said we're in blue until we're not. So like you're saying, go in now. That is the go in now. That is it. Like, I can't be any more clear than saying that is the go in now. This needs to happen. Here's the thing. I don't want people to rely on, okay, for example, yesterday I left for 2.5, 3 hours. Did I need to say go in now, or was it better when on the break of blue? On the break of blue and break of green, what was better? Because I wasn't here. But the break of blue and the break of green printed money. So it didn't matter that I said go in now. That's the part I'm trying to get people to understand. That even when I'm not here, you can do this without me. If you're constantly relying on me to say go in now, other than paying attention to the charts that are in front of you, because I'm trying to teach people how to fish. I'm trying to teach people how to fish. I was gone for 2 hours yesterday, and I didn't need to say go in now because everything played out exactly the way it should have. Whether I said go in now or not, it still played out. So to answer your question, I'm never going to tell people how to spend their money. Buy call now, buy put now. That's not what I'm going to do. It's never going to happen. Because we all have different risk tolerances. Right? You have to be responsible for your own risk tolerance. That's not my part. I'm literally giving away the answers. Literally gave away the answers. Even in the trading plan this morning. Here, I want everyone to see. Screen share. I want everyone to see. Everyone's going to see. Trading plan. Look for a play off the 5MA. There's nothing more I can do. Like me saying go in now, that doesn't make sense because I'm giving the answers before it happens. It's up to you to want to take the play. I'm not going to be responsible for anybody losing a shit ton of money because our bank accounts are not set up the same. I'm here to identify risk for everybody. This is not the Discord for actual me saying go in now. If you want to copy trade me, that's going to cost a lot more than $150 a month. Because Josh is also charging, you said he's got 1,000 people. He's charging $1,000, right? You left that part out of talking about Top Trading Edge. 1,000 people, they're all paying $1,000. Do you see the difference? Yes, he has 1,000 people. Yes, this is true. They're all paying $1,000. How do I know? Ask me how I didn't pay the 1,000, but ask me how I know. All right, let me keep going. Wait, before I keep going, look, we're in blue until we're not. So there's nothing to do inside of blue. We're still traveling down blue. There's no setup, right? The setup is going to be up here on the break of blue or up here preferably. Preferably up here. I'll actually highlight this one green. As of right now, where we are, this would be our best bet for calls, unless, we're still in blue. So there's nothing more for me to say. So if you're tuning in trying to look for a play, this is it right here. Join the Discord so you can get the 5-minute chart and you don't have to worry about watching me do any other bullshit. All right, let me address the rest. Okay, yeah, I think I addressed it all. Did I address everything? You talked about the dance. We talked about the break of. I'm always gonna say BRR. That's always gonna be a thing. And another thing, if you're hesitating on the plays, if you're hesitant to take a trade, that means you don't have the right mental state. This is very simple. That's not on me to give you the right mental state. If the setup is right there in front of you, and it's the break of green and put your stop above the last high and you're hesitating, this is your mental state. I can't control your mental state, right? There's nothing I can do about that. If the answer is we're in blue until we're not, and you're hesitating, then I don't know. There's nothing I can, there's no amount of coaching you're going to get from me that's going to make you not hesitate. Because we're all doing the same. As a matter of fact, we did it yesterday. Remember when, what was it? I think it was blue. Yeah, when blue finally broke, I think it was right here. When this blue finally broke, and I said it at the same time, I'm like, okay, what are you going to do? Are you going to hesitate? This is what I said right here on the break of blue, right? And look, it only went this much. You would need, actually, I think it was like here. I think it was kind of like this. But it didn't matter because the break of blue was the answer. And I even had it highlighted. So you're like, I don't know how to be more clear. I don't know. I'm trying, man. I'm trying, but brother, you're saying that I need to say verbal words to make people win money? I was gone for 2 or 3 hours yesterday with no verbal words, but all the plays still made money. Do you see why it's irrelevant what you're saying? Because that's not the answer. The answer is for people to analyze and see for themselves. Like, this is the answer. This is not easy, right? The hard part, you have to play it out. Like, I can't control people's emotions. So if blue broke and you didn't take the trade, what am I going to do? But so I also said in the very beginning to everybody. So I understand this is what the suggestion you're making, or maybe other people have the same request. But I said in the beginning to everybody, I am not saying buy, call, buy, put. That'll never happen. That's never going to happen. I've always said it since the beginning. So that's what I'm saying. There's no surprise. Like, it's never been an option. It's never been a thing, because I'm never going to say buy, call, buy, put. What I will do is say, here's a setup that looks interesting. What I will say is, here's my analysis based on the information in front of us. I'm never going to say buy, call, buy, put. It actually says it in the intro somewhere in the Discord. Okay. Okay, so here we are. We're still in this blue, heavy. Let me update this. And Jones, I appreciate your feedback. I do. Because, I don't always want to hear, I need to hear, honestly what people think. And I want to respond honestly. And I do appreciate you. Every time you push back, I love you a little bit more. Just a little bit. Don't get weird about it. Correct. Yes, Raul. All right, brother, have a good one. Let me see if I could Damn, I'm so glad for this pullback. We needed this pullback. Where's the 20? The 20 is at 717. We needed this pullback. Stacy, you printing? Stacy's printing money? Good job. Good job. Still in this blue, right? Like, I'm telling everybody, we're in blue until we're not. So ideally, we want to see a rejection of the top of blue, but bottom of blue, top of blue, bottom of blue. This one, I'd say like the 5. We're in the blue. We're in this. Let me update this one. And if you hesitated today, don't let it bother you. If you hesitated, you need the time. This is the time you need You need to gather this data for yourself. This is the data you need. World-class drawings. Follow the price targets you set up. Yep, there it is. Or we could do that, right? Or we could do that. You know, here's what I think. I think people, you know, when I make a call like, okay, the break of this or the break of that, they expect the candles to do this. To just stack and never retrace. Like you never want to deal with this. And, you know, let me tell you, that's not going to happen. There's going to have to be a drawdown. There's going to have to be a red candle, right? Because the red and the green candles, this is all a part of it. So there's going to have to be, right? So if the entry is the break of green, buy your puts on the break of green, and you don't put your stop above the last high and let it play out, there's nothing I can do. There's absolutely nothing I can do, right? Bro, I literally have it like a whole lesson plan on how to play it, and how to play the lick boxes, and if you're scalping, how to make money on the lick box scalp. A whole lesson on it with drawings and everything. And I don't even think people are necessarily frustrated with me per se. I think it's that they're scared. I think they're scared. And that's what it is. And I understand that fear. I get it. Trust me, I get it. You know, people are scared. And I think in a fragile state, it's easy to point the finger. I get it. And I don't mind being, and I actually don't mind being the fall guy. I don't mind. Because I know this is difficult. This is not easy. Look, I stopped myself out here and look how much money I could have made, but this is my risk tolerance. I'm okay with it. And now it's going to be hard to catch it. You know, I need to see, again, for me to buy puts, I want to see a test of blue and then a rejection of blue, maybe even form a secondary liquidity, and then watch. And then another green. I would need to see like another green form. So even if we did break blue, I would need to see another green form, then I'll go on the break of green. But I like this pullback here. This is what we needed. We needed this pullback for a while. Let me see. Look, it's not going to get any easier from here. So look putting your stop above the last high or below the last low. Remember, it needs to be a little bit more because we're dealing with contracts and we have the Greeks we have to deal with, right? So the numbers aren't going to be exact on your brokerage and on the charts because we're dealing with contracts. So you need to go a little bit more, give it a little bit more space. But if you don't give it that space, then we're never going to know. We're never going to know. We have to give it that space. And then once you get into profit, then you can move your stop. Wait till you're comfortable in profit, whatever the profit is. But if you keep chasing it too soon, too quick, you're going to keep stopping yourself out. You're going to dig the hole. You're never going to be able to fill the hole. You're never going to be able to fill the hole. Because it has to work like that. Because there has to be red candles. There has to be. And you want the red candles because the red candles are going to tell you that they're grabbing liquidity to keep going. The red candles essentially are telling you that in order for this to keep going, we need to grab liquidity from somewhere. We have to stop people out. But once a certain level breaks, we have a very high likelihood that we just need to let the market settle out, right? We need to let the market sell off and buy and sell and buy so they can get to the next level. Once a certain level breaks, we're more likely to get to the next level. So the market has to do a lot of buying and selling in the meantime. So when you're seeing retracement or a break and retest, that's all that is. Once the level's broken and they retest it, now we got to settle out orders. And in that time frame when they're settling out the orders, there's a whole bunch of people that have their stop losses triggered. So when those stop losses get triggered, the market need to go do the opposite of their position, right? So if they're in calls, now they have to sell off their calls. Or if they're in puts, they got to buy it back. So they have to do the opposite of whatever position they were in. And if we break a certain level, then most likely we're going to get to the level before then or after then. So it has to figure out the orders. We just need to give it a little bit of space to do that. I'm here. I'm just focusing real quick. All right, look. We are going to, let me see. 14 people watching. Watch this. I want everyone to see this. I want everyone to see this right now. I'm going to share the screen. Screen share. Here we go. Now, I'm in the morning trading plan. Look for a play off the 5MA today before the market open. Let's go to the micro inverse cup and handle. So for the micro inverse cup and handle, we wanted to see the price maybe give a little bit of spike up and then do a dance, right? This is the dance, to do the dance on 735.47. Okay, let's see what happened in real life. Here we see the price spike up and do the dance at 735.47, which is the play off the 5MA before the continuation down. So, oh wait, here it is. This is what I drew. This is what happened. This is what I drew. This is what happened. Or let's see if I did another one. Okay, look. Bolt down under the 5MA. Where'd I have it? A dance between 35 and 34. Here's the dance between 35 and 34, right here. And then the bolt down under the 5MA. Look at this. Look at this right here. Okay. So those were the downward scenarios, which I'm saying look for a play off the 5. So the upward scenarios, let's look what needed to happen. First, we needed to test 740. That never happened, right? We needed to bounce off the 5. You see the 5? We needed to bounce off the 5 and test 740, and then we're going to look for an entry over here. Or maybe even an entry here. How do we know the entry off the break? Because we would have broke that, what is it? We would have broke this blue. So on the break of blue, if we would have broke the blue here, we would have looked for the continuation to 740, okay? Now, let's see the next one, bolt up. Again, we needed to hit 740. We needed an instant, we needed to, on opening drive to 740. That needed to happen. And then chop. So we know we got out of chop as soon as we left, 735. So there's literally no other option today. The trading plans were perfect, and it took maybe 2 minutes of analysis to figure out the trading plans. So if you're not using the trading plans, maybe you should. Maybe you should. You understand how the trading plans work? Did everyone just see? Let me go back to the Discord. Did everyone see the trading plans, how I use them? And, I don't know how long everyone's been in the Discord, but look, the trading plans, they're like 99% since February 3rd of 2025, maybe even more. They're like 99.9% they hit. I think there's only like maybe 1 or 2 maybe one or two, maybe two. And that was because, you know, random stuff happens during the trading day. I think only one or two since February 3rd, 2025 is the only time they didn't hit. Only 2 times. Maybe. I don't even know when, but if you don't use the trading plan, it's going to be much harder. Everything's going to be much harder. And remember, the trading plans are off of a 30-minute time frame, right? So we need to be able to hold a little bit longer. But today was, you know, look for a play off the 5. Here's the 5. And then we wanted to see the break and retest between 34 and 35. Look, here's 34 here, whatever. 34 and 35, little right here. It ended up being a little bit higher, but it never went above the last high. Never. And you know, the trading plan hit. It just worked. It simply just worked. And look, we're still in blue until we're not. If you're interested in learning how to trade with us, go to livespytrading.com so I can get you sorted. Remember, do not consider this financial advice. Trading stocks involve risk, and on the channel, the traders that appear in the broadcast and their affiliate companies are not liable for any loss inflicted in relation to its content. But if you were paying attention today, if you followed the trading plan that I put out before the market opened, we would be fine. We would be fine. We can't look for any calls until we break this blue. So we're not even interested in calls until we break the blue minimum. And from here, we got to be above 35.18. Or, you know what? Above the 5. It's simple. Where's the 5 at? Look, the 5's at 35.19. So, yeah, we got to be above the 5. Easy. There's no calls until we get above the 5. Because we're going to be risking this. All right? We're going to be risking chop. Now look, we got a gap at, what is this? Oh, I marked it out. 25.24. We got a gap right here. So at some point, you know, maybe they want to go fill that gap. We about to find out. I'm not saying it's going to be today, but at some point, you know, that might be a thing where they go fill that gap, right? On the daily chart, I have it marked out for a reason. And maybe by the time we get down here, the 20 MA will be at that 25-24 mark, right? That'll make sense, right? If in the next couple days or weeks we make it down and the 20 MA is right here, that'll be interesting. We'll find out. I guess we're gonna find out, right? I'm not making any predictions. I'm just saying. I'm usually right more than I'm wrong. Okay. Look, we're below the water. We are below the water. We got below the water. Oh, we got below the water early. That's on the 1. Let's see on the 5. Okay, yeah, we got below the water on the break of this green right here. So all this makes sense. And if you followed exit strategy 1 or exit strategy legs, you're still in the trade. If you're following exit strategy break of blue, then you're still in the trade as well. So let me explain to everybody who's watching. Let me see, who the hell? There's only like 17 or 16 of you maybe. And a couple of you probably in Discord. But look, this was the entry from early today. We wanted to see this right here. Now, something like this. Hold on. I think it was like this. To this point right here. This would have been preferable. However, before anything popped off, we understood we're in blue until we're not. Before anything popped off, we understood for calls, this needed to happen right here. We needed to break the blue, retest 35.87, and then push off. All of that needed to happen. So this break and retest went a little bit higher than we expected. However, we understood we're in blue. We're still just in the blue. Look at the money. Look at the money. Hold on, let me focus. All right, we're coming up to this bottom, the secondary liquidity. So, oh man, look at this. Where's the 20? Oh wait, why is this one highlighted? Where? Oh no. Did I miss it? Okay, I must have missed it. Oh, this is the 5. I don't have it on the 5. Never mind. All right, be careful on the bottom here, okay? If you want to tighten up your stops, tighten up your stops. But if anyone else has any concerns, don't let Jones be the whipping boy. Not that I whipped him, but I want to hear from you all. If you want to DM me on the side, I want to hear from you all. But if it's regarding saying verbally, buy call, buy put, that's not going to happen. And it says it in the intro. It says it in the intro. Yeah. You know what? I used to, before we got the website, I used to mail out like a little mailer. Look, I don't want you all to feel any type of, not a mailer, you know what I mean. Okay, let me see. I can't seem to get myself sorted. All right, DC, is it the setups that you're having an issue? Like, are you having trouble identifying setups, or are you having trouble? Are you stopping yourself out, or can you be a little more specific? Like, what is the actual thing? Is it because you're not putting the stop above the last high? Are you not letting the play out? If you want to share, you don't have to. But I think if you have the same concern, other people are as well. All the above. Okay. So then here's the good thing. That's an easy fix, brother. That's an easy fix. I mean, it's not an easy fix, but we have a solution, right? We have a solution. And here's what it may be. I'm going to give you one option for a solution. Whenever you do identify a setup and take a trade, get up and walk away. Put a take profit, put a reasonable take profit at the next key level, and put your stop loss where it needs to be and walk away. I have a feeling that you got hurt on a trade and you're harboring that hurt and you're taking it into your next trades. And now you have that fear, like that unknown fear, like, oh man, and it really feels like a hole in the pit of your stomach, like, I don't know how to describe it, but like air or something. I don't have hummingbirds. I understand that fear. It feels like a hole, like in your stomach, and you're just hoping and praying and even $5. You're like, man, if I just make this $5 fucking dollars, I'll be fine. And then you start to see it go red, and you're like, well, let me take $15 loss now before I take $30 loss in 10 minutes. That empty feeling inside of this is because you're sitting there watching it. It's because you're taking hurt from a last trade, or maybe a trade that you took and you didn't let it play out the way it should have, and then it went crazy in your favor, and you feel an immense type of loss because you're like, I was in the trade. I took the trade and I stopped myself out for no reason, and you feel this immense loss inside, and you take that along with you. Sometimes it's just a hesitation, like, I wanted to so bad and I didn't do it. I wanted to so bad. I had my finger on the trigger and everything. And that feeling of I guess it's a FOMO, right? Like, you feel like you missed out. That feeling could stick on you and lead you to mental anguish, like you're saying. So I think you've identified what the actual issue is. It's letting the play out. It's letting it play out and being a robot. If it goes against us, we'll know whenever it goes above the last high. If it goes against, I think we're not allowing that amount of time. Raul says, same sucky feeling. That was me this morning. Took the put, stopped out, and saw it shoot down. I know it. I know it, man. I've done the same thing so many times. And, I'd be a damn liar if I look at look at this. Look at this. We needed a pullback. We needed a significant pullback. 3250 was what I was, 3162 was what I was looking for the other day, and we're back here. So look at this gap right here. Maybe 31 is on the menu today. Oh, 3162 is right here. 3162 is right here. So, but DC, is that are you feeling that type of, damn, someone's up 230%. I love to hear it. But DC, this is part of the, I know it sucks to hear. Man, but this is the path. This 40%. Amazing job, Doug. Good job, Doug. This is the path, brother. And it's a hard path to walk because we've had our ups and look, we go through ups and downs in this thing. The consistency is the hard part. And the hard part is staying consistent with your own. And that's the shit that hurts, right? When you're like, man, I knew what I should have done and I did exactly the opposite of what I knew I should have done. This is the hard part about trading. This is the hard part about trading. Okay, we're going to do that. We're going to do that, Sup. Why, are you trying to flex? Sup's trying to flex. Here, let me screen share with everybody. I want to screen share. Here, look at the world. Here. Look at everybody. Bam. Look at the money. Look at the money. Look at the money. Another 62%. Let's do it. And then we got the weird flex. He wants the weird, or pretty, that's Sup, right? Wants the weird flex. I like it. Yeah, we're going to do it. She wants to show. She wants to show. All right, I like it. We'll do it. Good job, everybody. Good job. Good job. Look, all we have to do, stick to the plan. Stick to the plan. Don't get greedy. Look, we're 3162. Expect some violence here, okay? 3162. Expect some violence right here. And I don't know that I'm right. I'm just saying this has been sticking out in my head for past couple days. 3162 has been sticking out in my head. So also 750. I still think 750 is on the menu, but a pullback to 31.62. I think that's reasonable. I'm not saying it's just gonna stop here, but I'm saying we had a good day, right? The break of green was our entry. The break of the green right here, we put our stop above the last high, and then, so if you were to take break of green, I think this one would have been the reasonable one. Let's see. 35.67. God damn, 31.84. This was a good trade. Mine was here. Mine was here. I got filled somewhere in here, and then I got out somewhere in this green candle. So I missed out on all this, but I was, not that I didn't miss anything. We do this every day. I made money today. Can't complain about that. Again, whatever's on the screen is still true. We're not looking for calls until we get above 35.87. Otherwise, we're still in the downtrend. It's going to take a lot to break the downtrend. So our first inkling of downtrend breaking is going to be here. Okay. I'm going to highlight this one just so I know to erase it at the end of the day. Or you know what? I'll put a different color so I know to erase it. There. So we're looking for calls above this. This is going to put us on notice. If you're looking for calls, put an alert here. Put an alert here. It has to be like this. Otherwise, we're just in a downtrend. And if you want to fight this trend, good luck. Good luck. Now look, if you took the break and retest underneath the lick box and you're holding, you need to start adjusting your stops now, okay? So there's more than one way to win, right? Since this morning, if the call scenario would have been where? Above here, right? Since this morning, it would have been above here like this. That never happened. What did happen instead? We were in the green until we're not. Once we got out of the green, what happened? We entered blue. We identified this very early on. We're in blue. We're in blue until we're not, right? So besides me saying exactly what's happening right in front of your face, there's nothing more I can do. There's nothing more I can do. It's just going to take a little bit of time. It's going to take you a little bit of time. This is not a get rich quick scheme. I don't want anyone to join thinking, oh shit, this is the infinite money glitch, because the thing that's going to hold you back is following the strategy. The thing that's going to hold you back is when you see that red candle, how do you react to the red candle? Do you stop yourself out for $3 knowing damn well you didn't recover from the $10 you just lost before? Are you going to allow $50 drawdown? Or are you going to stop out just because it's going against you and you're thinking, well, I'll just make it on the other end. When it does go on I'll just take another trade when there's less choppiness, and then I'll make it back then. If you keep having that thought, it's going to be difficult. Remember, these plays aren't 45-second plays. It could be if you're that type of, if you want to scalp real quick, it could be a 45-second play. But they're usually like, maybe 15, 20, 25 minutes, 45 minutes, 45 minutes sometimes. And then after that, there's going to, usually after 45 minutes to an hour, there's going to be a little bit of maybe a sidestepping or a little bit of pullback, right? So from here, we want to see something like this. Watch. So I think this teal is probably something. And then we're going to look for this. From this point here, otherwise, and a lot needs to happen, right? First, we need to break this blue. First, we need to break the blue. Do you guys want me to stop mentioning the dance or no? Is my mic cutting out? What the shit? 3 trades. Good job, crew. Good job, Cruz. Good job. Amazing day. We did have a good day, right? We did have a good day. Here, let me share the screen. Done for the day. Amazing day. Good job, brother. Good job. Listen, you made money. That is perfect. Even if you would have taken 1 loss today, you made money. We need to keep ourselves grounded and have perspective. You made money doing the hard thing, and the hard thing is fighting that emotion. That's the hard thing. The hard thing was fighting that emotion. Sticking with the plan. That's the hard thing. When everything in your body's telling you, stop now before it gets worse. Stop now before it gets worse. That's the hard part. Reading the comments and got distracted. Yeah, everyone has an individual journey. Focus on your own journey. We're not all going to walk the same path. Everyone has an individual journey. There's going to be red candles. Plan for the red candle. That's all I can. Plan for the red candle to smack you in the face and keep going in the direction you thought it was going to go. Plan for that. All right, have a good one, brother. Go enjoy your day. Don't even think about this anymore. Leave a winner. Don't sit here and do this all day. Leave a winner. That's very important. Is my mic messing up or is Nico lagging? It might be you, brother. Because I think I'm. Let me check my No, it says I got a good connection. Oh, that's YouTube. Hold on. How long is this going for? Pretty much since 9:30. Okay, yeah, this has been 2 hours straight down, right? So a little bit of pullback or a little bit of pause, that's reasonable. That's reasonable. All right, so remember, here's what this would be ideal for puts, somewhere like this, right? If we make another green right here, this would be ideal. But we have to watch out for this. We have to watch out for, what do you think I'm going to say? The blue. We got to watch out for the blue, okay? Because look how strong this blue is. And not only that, we have to make sure we don't form a secondary liquidity blue. So your best bet for calls, I know you don't want to hear this, but it's going to be, let me clear this up just a bit. Your best bet for calls is going to be, oh dang, hold on. Now it's starting to mess up. Is it messing up? Your best bet for calls is going to be for this. So not only do we need to break blue, but we also need to break and retest this 34.66. This is going to be your best bet. If you're not willing to wait this long, or if you're going to scalp, then scalp. But this is going to be your best bet for calls. Otherwise, you're fighting a very strong downtrend. All right, I'm gonna clear it up. Here's what we got. I really don't even need to speak anymore because whatever's on the chart, that's what it is. There's no amount of me talking that's gonna change the fact. Whatever's on the chart, that's what it is. I'm going to take a quick break. I need to get up and circulate some blood. Man, I just had some grapes and they're crispy. You ever had like a crispy grape that when the skin breaks, it actually like like it sounds like a damn apple almost? Woo! Nico made his weekly. I made my weekly in a day. I love to hear it, brother. I love to hear it. Look at that. This guy made his weekly in a day. I love it. I love when that happens. That's a good day. Because, we have once this becomes a normal thing, a normal routine, you're going to have an expectation of, not an expectation, I don't want to set an expectation, but, something you're comfortable with making in a day. Normally, you'll average, right? It'll average out. And then when you do that, when you do your weekly or a monthly in a day, man, those home runs are going to come. Watch. They're going to come. They always do. Let me step aside. I'll be right back. Don't overtrade. Listen, I still need to take a little break, but I just wanted to, I wanted you all to feel comfortable with giving me criticism and feedback. I know you heard me, maybe you hear my voice and I sound a little spicy when I was talking to Jones, but it's only because I don't have that ability to hear myself speak in a certain tone. I have no ill will, right? But I don't want you all to be afraid to give me criticism. I need you all to, because we can never improve if everyone tells me, you're great, you're great, you're great. I need to hear the criticism because I'm not above. If I need to improve, I need to improve. But I'm just saying, I want you all to feel comfortable talking to me. I know you hear me giving pushback, but I don't want you to feel like like I'm gonna ignore you or I'm gonna shut you down. You may put things in a different perspective, and I may hear it and be like, you know what, that makes sense, or something like that. So don't feel embarrassed. Don't feel afraid. You're here to make money. You're here to learn how to do this. I want you all to feel comfortable. I know we don't know each other and stuff like that, but we do a lot of hanging out. And we're family now. You don't, right? You don't get we're family now. So it's okay. You can tell me. I'll be fine. You don't need to say great, great, great every day if it's not. I need you to be honest with me. But you also need to be honest with yourself, right? And have realistic expectations. If you made $3 in a day, it's a hard $3. Don't be hard on yourself. It's not an easy $3. Because, essentially, I don't want to say we're guessing, but, we're rolling the dice here. Every single trade's a dice roll, and then you notice you take a trade and immediately you see a big red candle. You're like, gosh darn it, what the heck is going on here? So this is not easy. And then your heart you get that cold feeling around your heart. You're like, oh no. Or the cold feeling down the center of your back. You're like, oh no, oh no. So whatever you're feeling, I've been there. But if you're here, I need you to hold me accountable. We're never going to get better if you stay quiet. And, I like the fact that you guys are talking to each other. Jones was saying that 6 other people are saying the same thing he thinks. Well, how's that going to help, if you're not talking to me and addressing me? I want you guys to talk to each other. That's fine, but address me as well. Because if we're all sitting here waiting for me to make a gosh darn drawing, if we're all sitting here waiting for me to do this, then I think it only makes sense to address me, right? It's your money. I want you to get value for your money. I don't want you just to collect your money just because. I need you to get value out of it. And if you're not getting value, then it's not for you, and there's nothing wrong with that. But you need to tell me, okay? I want you all to feel comfortable telling me. If we give a little bit of pushback and a little bit of, that's fine. Doesn't mean I hate you. It just means we're going to disagree, and we're going to try to find a common ground. That's our goal. But I need you all to win. All right, look, if you took this trade here, protect your trade. You don't want to fight the trend too much. I only gave you one option, right? Which was up. If you didn't take the trade by now, fine. But you need to protect your trade. That's all I'm saying. Don't get greedy. I gave this one to the entire world. All of YouTube, you got this one for free. Damn, today I got stuck on the 5-minute chart today. I hadn't even worked the 1-minute chart. Oh, a little bit. We did a little bit of work on the 1-minute chart. But this 5-minute been hitting, as the kids say. I learned that on TV. Okay, let me I get so into this junk, man. I get so, what is it, like nerdy on this stuff. Me, I don't know what it is, but I could sit here and look at charts all day. It doesn't bother me. Sometimes my eyes get bothered and I gave myself carpal tunnel, but besides that, we Gucci. All right, look, I think I can clean this up. The VWAP? Where's VWAP? Let me see. Oh, okay. VWAP, it looks like it's traveling along this blue here, right? Traveling along this blue, maybe? I don't like using the VWAP. Not that I don't like using it, it's just that I think it's distracting because it makes me think that, okay, the price is always going to go there. It gives me a bias. That's what it is. Whenever I see it, it gives me a bias. And I start thinking, oh, okay, they're going up. They're probably going to touch VWAP. Instead of me just like realizing we're in blue. That's why obviously I have it on my screen. Oh, wait, maybe you guys can't see it. Oh, okay. So it's behind the disclaimer. So behind the disclaimer, like I have an option to show or hide VWAP. It's usually hidden because I just don't like to rely on it. It messes me up. It messes me up. Let me, I think I can make these lick boxes a little bit better now that we have more data. Let me clean up these lick boxes right quick. I'm going to do some work before I take a little break. The mascot did some work today. I keep getting drawn to this teal. This teal for some reason is really... Not even the color. I don't mean the color. I mean the price. It just keeps drawing my attention. So okay, so for puts, I mean it's on the screen already. Do I need to? Okay, look, don't be shy. I need you all to tell me, especially if you're new. The answers are on the 5-minute chart. Does everyone understand what's on the screen in front of you? If you don't, you need to speak up. So this, okay, so for this one, a good entry is the break of the second blue. This would be an ideal entry. If we break this blue here, you're gonna have to deal with some business up here, which looks hectic. It actually looks hectic from, this looks hectic. All this looks like chaos. So if we do break this blue, you're gonna have to deal with chaos. We wanna see a break and a retest reject of teal. So not only do we want to break blue, but we want to retest and reject the teal. So it's if and. If we break the blue and we BRR teal, then we'll look for our call entry. What is the question mark, Doug? Please. Oh, wait. No, on the 11:30 candle, you said protect your trade. Oh, yeah. So if you were to take this one, I'm saying to either you put it in, and then let me read your last statement. Okay, so you're giving me conflicting, Raul, you're saying two things that are conflicting, right? So here's what you said. A good entry is the break of the second blue, question mark. And then you're saying on the 11:30 candle. Oh shit. Hold on, I messed up. All right, it's back. On the 11:30 candle, you said protect your trade on the calls. Okay, yeah. So if you were to take this trade right here, you should be protecting the trade because you're going counter trend. You don't want it to go against you in the downtrend. The 11:30 broke the second blue. Yeah. Oh, this, no. Okay, my bad. This right here. Oh, I didn't even see this. All right, look. This is secondary liquidity. So because this is still the downtrend, all that's saying is we're still in the downtrend. This doesn't mean anything. It's this one up here. This one is the one that means something. This one doesn't mean anything. My bad. I understand what you're saying now. It's this one we want to pay attention to. This one here, not these. My bad. Now I see what you're saying. And no, I didn't say that. Okay, I think I understand. Not because we broke this one. No, 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 no. The only reason why it's because it's reasonable. Matter of fact, I was talking about it at the time. So the reason why we have the paths like this is because we've been going for 2 hours in a straight downtrend. It's reasonable to expect either a sidestep or a pullback. That's the only reason behind this. There's nothing else behind it, because we're still in the downtrend. So we could still be in blue. That hasn't changed, right? Or if we do break this blue, this is the risk we have because we're in a downtrend. So here's all the risk. I'm going to explain it. Either we stay in blue, we break the blue here, and then get to this secondary blue and form another, and then go down this blue. Or we go up to this level of liquidity here, reject off of this one. So these are the risk to calls, right? It's going to be risk number 1, risk number 2, and we don't know where this one's going to be, and risk number 3. Okay, those are the risks to the call side. So if you're in calls, you have to worry about blue, a secondary blue forming, and this level right here, 34.66. Now, we'll feel confident with calls only after we break blue and when we BRR teal. This is when we're going to feel some confidence with calls. This has to happen. And by then, oh wait, let me not do that. We'll probably see this. Now, I don't know for a fact that this is here, but this is me guessing. This is me guessing. You know, yesterday I did the guess and I got lucky, but it's probably going to be something like this. Something like this, right? So it's going to be build in blue and break whatever this is that I identify. But this is only a thing if we get up here. So a lot needs to happen because look, we're just in blue until we're not. So we don't want to fight the trend. We don't want to, you know, if anything, set your alert here and maybe set your alert on this green and set an alert on 31.62. So green, you want to look for to see if we, if this weak cycle happens on the break of green, then you can get to maybe low a day, right? To the bottom of the lick box. Anywhere past that, great. And then a BRR underneath this lick box would be ideal. You just got to watch out for 31.62. I think there's a lot of liquidity on 31.62. So a BRR underneath the lick box, or maybe underneath 31.62. Okay, so this needs to happen. This needs to happen. Or this needs to happen. And if none of that happens, then we're just still in blue. So blue is going to be the key. So I'm going to clean up the chart just a little bit so you're not so confused. These are the ideal setups. From where we are here, this is the ideal setup. Meaning we probably got a 50-50 right here. The 50-50 is wide. It's wide and it's right here. This is where it is. Now look, I don't know when. I don't know when these things are going to happen. I'm just saying, if it does get there, what it needs to look like. And then we need to use we're not going to just use one thing to take a trade. There needs to be more than one thing. So we're going to verify with the 1 minute, with the 5 minute, with the 30 minute. It all needs to make sense, right? Are the legs far apart? Are we above or below the water? Do we got room with the legs? Does it make sense? Do I have time in the day, right? Do I have enough time in the day for this to either do whatever it needs to do? You need to think about all this. It's not just because LST drew a gosh darn random ass line on the screen. And look, this orange is not really a thing, right? That's just me. I'm guessing. I don't know. But it's important. We're in blue until we're not. Just remember that. Okay, everyone got it? Or did I make it even more confusing? Oh, Jones is back. All right, what do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? Oh, okay. That was a good one. That was good. You got me. You got me. That was pretty good. You got me. That was a good one. I was literally like, ain't no way. But I would have explained it all again. I don't care. I would have explained it all again. I don't care. Just let me know. Now's the time where you guys need to let me know. Like now is that time. I want you all to feel very comfortable communicating with me. I'm going to say it again one more time just in case, because I just saw Jones join. So look, we're doing this until we're not. That's number one. That's number one first and foremost. Okay, now that that's done. If you're looking for calls, here's the risk to the call side. Risk number one is blue. We're still in blue. Risk number two is that we break blue but form another blue because we're in the downtrend. Risk number three is we break this blue and reject on the teal or at the 50-50. So 1, 2, 3 risks on the call side from where we are right now. All right, cool. Hold on, let me make sure. Is that clear? Let me make sure that's clear to everybody. I want to make sure that's clear. Or somebody, tell me if it's clear or not. So if you're buying calls, okay. If you're buying calls, 1, 2, 3 risks. All right. Now, your best bet for calls is going to be if we break blue and if we break and retest teal, 3466, form some type of support and get some lift off here. This is going to be our best bet for calls. Okay? For puts, we're in blue until we're not. And if you're looking for an entry because you don't want to buy at the bottom, wait for a pullback. For some reason, 3466 is just sticking out to me. Wait for a pullback, maybe to around here, to see if we can break this green here. Okay? Or if the trend is really strong, then look for a BRR like this. If the trend is really strong inside of blue, then look for a BRR underneath the lick box. But look, you see how this green's holding up? This green, so far, it's holding up. If that changes, I'll let you know. But until then, we're going to use this green because it seems to be working. All right, so I just went over it. I went through all of it. If it's not clear, you all need to tell me. Don't be afraid, just tell me. Right? It's a lot of if-thens. It's a lot of if-thens. What we do know is we're in the downtrend. we're in blue. That's what we do know. So don't think anything until this blue's broken. There's nothing to think other than we're in blue until we're not. We don't need to think anymore. Stop talking yourself out of a good deal. This is what it is. We can see it right in front of us. Now, when that changes, we have the criteria to look for the upside or for some downside. Unfortunately, there's a 50-50 here. However, if teal forms support, look for some, and you see liftoff, look for the call. If we break this green, if we reject here and break this green, look for a put. Doesn't mean it's going to work every time. It means this is the best bet. It means this is our best bet. But look, this downtrend is strong. So we're below the 5. On your 1 minute, actually, you know what? On your 1 minute, we need to use all of our charts. Break and retest above the 5 is the answer for calls. That's the answer. Wherever this happens, that's the answer. That is the answer no matter what. Whatever this says, doesn't matter. It's a break and retest above the 5. So the 5 right now is at 35.04-ish. So it's a little bit up here. So it's similar, but just go off the 5. So this long-term bolt down may be a rejection off the 5 if they retest the 5 and reject. It's going to take a long time to get there. Right? It's going to take a long time to get there. But look, this green is holding up. So there's liquidity inside here. Inside this lick box right here. There's a lot of liquidity in here. So a break and retest underneath is probably a good bet as well. Probably your safest bet. A break and retest underneath is your safest bet. I'm watching you type. I'm watching you. Oh, let me see. Let me see. Oh, okay. Could be. Okay, I see what you're saying right here. One of the members, Raul, he's saying we could see a possible wedge right here. I like it. But we don't know yet, right? Let's not I'm not going to draw it because we're going to get hyper focused on it. Right? Like whatever I have here, that's what. Oh, you know what? Yeah, I guess you're right. It is a wedge, right? Essentially, because that'll make sense for that, right? Okay, I see. Okay, Raul, I see you. I see you. Look at this guy. Look at this guy. Hell yeah, that makes sense. But what if it just stays in? What if it just stays in blue and then breaks right here, right? I guess it's like a little tiny wedge maybe, but essentially. But if you're talking about this, maybe. But we can't say that yet because we're still inside this blue. That's the only reason why it's hard to say that. And, you know, we would need to see like at least a rejection of the teal before we, you know, maybe at least one rejection of the teal. At least one would be nice. So we've only seen a break. We've seen a rejection here. We need to see at least one more before we start making those type of calls. Otherwise, we're just in blue. We don't need to think too much. But I see what you're saying. And I think that's pretty good analysis. Pretty good, pretty good. You learn from the best. All right, I'm going to take a quick break. I need to circulate some blood before I pass out. I start to get, like my vision gets literally tunnel vision. Like I can only see light in front of me. So I need to circulate some blood real quick. I'll be right back. Don't overtrade.
Rage on that beat, going crazy.
All right, break a green to the bottom of the lick box. Figure out what you're gonna do with your life now. What is this? We'll say 40. $32.40 all the way down to $31.87. Figure out what you're gonna do with your life now. And then ideally we'd like to see a break and retest underneath the lick box here. We're retesting low a day, so a break and retest under low a day, that'd be ideal. This 31.62 is gonna put up a fight. 31.62 is gonna put up a fight.
Rage on that beat, going crazy.
All right, let's see if we get a second bite at the apple at 31.84. All right, there's a second bite at the apple. You got another chance to figure out your life. If you took the green, 2 chances to figure out your life right here. If you're holding, then you're holding, right? We're inside blue until we're not. The entry was on green. If you didn't make money by now, there's probably nothing I can do for you. A lot of support at 84. A lot of support at 84. It needs to break with some conviction if it's going to break. All right, let's see if at 1300 we get some big movement. All right, I'm back. Let's see what we got. All right, so look, I left a note here for everybody. Movement at 1300. So we'll go to the 1300 candle, which is this one right here. Here's the movement at 1300. We have the break of our blue. Now you need to protect this trade. We understood that from green here, we can only ask till the bottom of the liquidity box. Our best bet setup for a put would have been a break and a retest of what? The liquidity box. Very simple. Very simple. So now we broke the blue. You need to protect this trade. All right, everything was here. Everything was already here for you. Movement at 1300. This is the 1300 candle right here. And then it's hitting VWAP. All right. Let's see. All right, about to test VWAP, right? Damn, Stacy's all over that WAP. Stacy's all over that WAP. So look, we have to go back and remember all the gosh darn lessons that I said, or the warnings that I said. If you're in puts, here's what you have to worry about. Number one, this blue. Number two, it looks like we're looking at VWAP right here on this line right here. Now we're coming up to the 50-50. So you really need to protect the trade. All right, we're gonna mark out the break of this blue here. This is a good amount. Look, movement at 1300. 1300 candle. Here's the movement. Here's the break of our blue. Now we gotta protect this blue. All right, we passed VWAP. I think we're more concerned with this teal right here. This teal, we're a little bit more concerned about this right now. So let's see if we can BRR this lick box right here. So, streams. Possibly correct. Well, this would be the risky one, right? If you're going up here, this is the 50-50. So because 50-50, and this is kind of a wide one, right? So because of 50-50, we're in this range. So this is a wide range. What we would like, ideally, is to see some liftoff away from this. We want to see a little bit of liftoff. So ideally, maybe this green or this green for puts. Now, granted, you're going to be like, 3 or 4. Okay, yeah, I like that. Maybe something like that, yeah. You know, if you're going based off the strategy, I think it's, you know, the green or the green would probably be optimal. One of these would be optimal. But if you want any type of quote unquote safety, it has to be below here. Inside here is the risk. Look, now we're at the 50-50 now. I think the teal's probably more of a concern. $103%. What a good day. What a good day, Stacy. Good job, brother. Now look, normally on normal days, I won't have the 5-minute open this whole time, but I got distracted earlier. I got distracted earlier and just decided to run with it. So we're going to use the 5-minute for today. Tomorrow is going to be the 1 minute, but it's going to be the 1 minute for YouTube, but you know, obviously still the 5-minute for, all right, target hit on teal, right? So now adjust your stops. All right, now my alert went off. Now let's see if we can get a break and retest. That was actually the only alert that I had. Maybe I had a subconscious expectation. Okay. So we'll protect against the liquidity grab here. We're going to protect against it if we can form support on this teal. And I don't know. I don't even know if really this teal is a thing. This is just in my mind. This is my opinion here. You know, do not consider this financial advice. Trading stocks involve risk. Don't own the channel. The traders that appear in the broadcast and the affiliate companies are not liable for any loss inflicted in relation to its content. And then when you're ready to make real money, go to lastbuytrading.com so I can get you sorted. Gotta watch out for the stop hunt here. We already knew all the liquidity is built up in this blue, right? So we're in blue until we're not. We broke out of blue and then look at the money. Very simple. And I told everyone on the break of this green, you can only ask for the bottom of this lick box here. I haven't told you, we tested it once, 3 times. 1, 2, 3 times. You're not going to get many more opportunities. Figure out your life. This is what I was saying. Figure out your life right now. At least, you know, get a little bit of profit out of it. It's going to be hectic between VWAP and the 5. Rhino, the reason why it's easier to trade in the afternoon is we have all the data. We have all the data. That's why. The more data we get, the easier it is. Raul, good job, brother. Cook the eggs in the microwave. Hell yeah. Rhino, it's because we have more data. We have more data here. In the morning, this is the most volatile. This is when the market's going to figure out some type of direction, right? You'll notice the same pattern happens all the time. Almost, not every day, but I know you all have seen this pattern before right here, right? Where I do the long bolt and then the 50-50, right? This is nothing new. How often is it that I draw the long bolt and the 50-50 and it doesn't do exactly this, what is happening right now? It's not very often. It's not very often. 9 times out of 10, 9.6 times out of 10, whatever I'm drawing is going to happen. We just need that data. Everything gets much easier with data. And that's why I'm saying, if you're not going to wait the amount of time that it takes for the actual play to set up, then there's no, then you're taking the risk. You're taking the risk, right? You have to wait. I literally say this. I said this morning too. If you're not going to wait for all this to happen, then you're taking a big risk. You have to wait for the proper setup. Here's the A1 setup. We understood what needed to happen. I only gave y'all one direction. One direction. Both paths, down and up, it still had one direction. Now, if I was wrong, fine. My bad. You're not going to get him. Not going to win him all the time, but, I do okay. We do okay. Good job, brother. Good job. Very happy for you. And I know you're taking your time. Hopefully this one was a home run. Hopefully you got the home run on this. I know you're taking your time and just stay on that path, man. Stay on that path. You're going to do fine. You're going to do fine. Just stick on that path. Don't get greedy now. You've been very humble all this time and it's paying off. So don't get greedy now. And let's not get fooled by a wick and a couple candles. That could be an indication of something. But, we'd like a little bit of confirmation. A little bit of confirmation. Because we're at the 50-50 now. There's no surprise here. We know what to expect. All right, at around 14, if you're still holding a call, how long? So like what, another 30 minutes or so? You need to start figuring out what you're going to do with the trade because theta is going to kick in. If it just wants to go sideways and bumble around sideways, you need to figure out what you're going to do with your life because theta is going to start kicking in and eating away value. Even though it's going in your favor, it's still going to eat away value if we don't get enough movement. And you don't have to hold till infinitum. You don't have to hold till kingdom come. Take the profit. That's what I'm saying. Stop being greedy. I'm not talking to anyone specifically. I'm talking to myself included. We can't be greedy here. Just, this is a good move. How much is this? From 32.84. If you would have caught the very top. 35. This is like 2.5 points right here. I'm telling you. This is good money. This is good money right here. People are worried about spending $150 in a month. This is like over $150 on one contract in 20 minutes. I'll never get it. I'll never understand it. Look, we're at the 50-50. Remember, I don't know when this is going to happen. I just know what it needs to look like. And if we never got back up here to this 50-50 here, if we never got back up here, then that means that none of this would have been an option for me, right? None of this would have been an option. I would have been looking out for this. This was what I would have been looking out for. If we would have never broke blue and continued all the way here, then this is what I would have been looking out for. Very simple. Plain and simple. You don't need to think too much because I'm telling you what the scenarios are, what it needs to look like before it happens. So when I'm asking you, does everyone understand the setups? Does everyone understand the plays? This was a very good example of exactly what I mean. This is textbook, exactly what I'm talking about. And how I told you right at the bottom of this lick box, you're not going to get too many opportunities. Take your profit now if you took green to here. Take your profit. Adjust your stops. This is a textbook setup and play. You know, I couldn't have written it any better. I couldn't have written it, even if I knew calligraphy and I wrote it with a quill from a bald eagle's a bald eagle feather. I couldn't write it any more beautiful than that. So I think maybe we need to make a clip from 11:30ish, 11, maybe 11 to right now. So everyone can hear my explanation, can see the pass that I drew, and maybe we need to replay this over and over and over because this is classic. This is textbook. It doesn't get any easier than this. What is move? What does that mean? I don't know what that means, Stacy, but I'm with you. But we might need to I might need to make a clip from this last hour and a half just to show how everything I said happened. Everything perfectly. Oh, boom backwards. Okay. Boom, 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 boom. All right, this is going to be sketchy here because if this weak cycle happens on the 1, that weak cycle might be our pullback and continuation. However, look, we got to deal with the 5. We got to deal with the 5, so be careful. So if the weak cycle, right, the weak cycle on the 1 plays out, then we have to watch out for I guess 35, 37. But, you know, wherever, you know, never mind. The 5. We have to watch out for the 5. So we're right in vicinity. We're at the 50-50. So, look, we're at the 50-50. I'm just pulling it over to the side. That's all I'm doing. Damn, I think I moved it. I think it was here. Should it be here? And look, we did all this without any indicators. Didn't need an indicator. And I'm willing to bet I think I had it like this. I'm willing to bet that orange is probably a thing. Damn, I want to go back in time. I don't know if I have enough rewind to get that orange back, but it was something like this. I think it was probably something like this, that orange. I don't know if anyone remembers, but I had an orange here. I was like, look, I'm guessing, you know, it's probably going to be something like this. I know it looks like I'm cooking the books now, but if you were here for around 11:30 time, I definitely had this up. Does anyone in Discord, do you guys remember when I put the orange up? Oh man. That's funny. That's funny. I know, I'm trying to be so humble. I'm bad. I'm a sore winner. I'm bad. Come on, Solitaire, what you got? I haven't heard from you in so long. I haven't heard from you in so long. You never call me on Sundays anymore. It is retesting teal right now, technically, question mark. Since it broke the big green and under the teal now. In the big red. What's the big red? This is orange. This one right here is orange. And it's under. Okay, hold on, let me. Oh, okay. Okay. What you're doing right now is overanalyzing. You're overanalyzing. You're trying to be too particular. Remember, every flexion point is a pivot point, and every pivot point has some slop. There's going to be some slop to it. You're trying to be to the penny to the cent, and that's not a thing. We have to work within a certain region or a certain area, right? If it breaks the area, retests the area and rejects, fine. Or if it gets, let's say you're in calls and it gets below a certain area, then fine. But you're trying to be too pinpoint. We have to go based on the area. So we need to know that this right here, we want to know if this right here, if this area, if we broke, or probably need, actually, yeah, this is probably it. We probably need to do this. It probably needs to look like this. We need to break this orange, retest the orange, or maybe we can probably do like this. We need to break the orange, retest the orange, and reject. If it breaks orange and just shoots off without us, my bad. But you're trying to be a little too precise to the penny, and we need to work in areas. This is our area. I don't know if that makes any sense. Because I have a feeling if you're doing that, if you're being that pinpoint, that precise. Correct. Multiple candles. That's the ideal, right? So a BRR ideally would be the movement. It would be within the movement. So let me explain. All right, so ideally, what we like to see, this is for you, Solitaire. We like to see the price, the movement within the orange to break it. And then to be inside of this, what is this? This red. Then we want to retest. And then we want to reject back in the orange. I could have been a little more dramatic, but yeah, we want to break, retest, and reject. Not one candle break, retest, reject. Now, sometimes it is like that, right? And that's what I'm saying. If it shoots off without us, my bad. I'm telling you, ideally, we want this. We want it to be in the movement. Let me make sure you understood that. All right, cool. Now look, that's the ideal situation. It would be within the movement. But sometimes it is just going to be a one candle touch and shoot off, and there's nothing we can do about that. But I do like how we're seeing this constant rejection, rejection, rejection. That means if it does break, then we just have to wait for the retest. Right? I like seeing the rejections here because that means that there's some busyness right here. There's some work being done right here. Right here, there's work being done. We know that there's liquidity here. We know it. We can already see it. We see the rejection, rejection, rejection. All these rejections, we know there's liquidity. That means if it does break, that someone got stopped out, right? Someone got stopped out. And if it retests, that means this is the market settling out the orders on the stop outs. And then when it rejects, it's the market filling the orders at the next level. So I like that we see all the rejections here. That's telling me that this orange is actually a thing. And now I get it, you know, earlier today, if you've been watching all day, I guessed. I didn't know that this was going to be here. This is a guess. And I know you just saw me draw it, but trust me, I drew it way, way, way earlier. Way earlier. You're going to have to rewind the tape. I did it yesterday too, but I'm going to try not to do that too much. Or maybe I do it more. Shit, I don't know. Maybe I'm guessing kind of right. But anyways, we need to know now if we're in this orange or if we're going to break the orange. Are we going to top of orange, bottom of orange, top of orange? Are we going back to the bottom or are we going to break? This is all we can ask for, right? We don't know. So we're using the data that we have, and the data looks like it's pretty consistent, right? We see rejection here, look at all this liquidity built up right on this orange. This is not a mistake. This is not an accident that everyone keeps buying it down at this level. That's not an accident. Now, it was an accident that I guessed it right, but otherwise this is, I mean, not an accident. I guess it was what is it called? Serendipity. I get lucky sometimes. I get lucky. We got something special. If I'm getting to the point where we could identify the algos that far in advance before they even show themselves, I think we're going to be okay. I think maybe I'm afraid to use it like that because it's way too risky. You know, I'd rather have data than guessing. But at least I'm telling you, hey, look, I'm guessing. I don't know. But I got lucky. I got lucky. We don't have to talk about it anymore. I just don't want us to rely on when I'm guessing. That's all. Don't rely on me guessing. I'll tell you when I'm guessing, and that was a guess. Let's rely on the data, right? So we need the data to, whatever I drew is still valid. The path is still valid, but otherwise it's all a guess. So just let them figure out which way they want to go. All right, so if we zoom in, let me zoom in a little bit. we want to see if maybe this is happening here. You see that little wedge forming in here? We want to see if this little wedge on a micro scale, right? This is what's happening on a micro scale. We want to see who's going to win this wedge. So just let it play out. Don't force it. You know your entries. You know your entries. You know your entries. You know your entries. So whenever this happens, I don't know. We'll see. But and you can't jump on every candle. Oh, there's a red one. There's a green one. There's a red one. We need confirmation. If it breaks and shoots off without us, my bad. You'll be fine. But let it play out. Let it get some lift off in whichever direction. If you want to guess up, if you want to guess, well, don't guess. But if you want to bet on up, if you want to bet on down, at least let it get a little bit of lift off. Let it make sense. Like use your 1 minute, use your 5 minute, use a 30 minute, use them all together to make sure it makes sense. Try to have some confluence here. Now, the only thing is we're late in the day. We're late in the day, so 1300, when I said 1300 movement, question mark, that maybe that was the move. I think, I forgot who said it. Maybe Raul. You know, maybe we're seeing this right here. Because now we have another confirmation that we touched a certain level. I think it was teal he said, but close enough, right? Close enough. I think this is close enough. So we definitely see rejections along this orange. So let orange play out. And remember, this is it's not an exact number. We have to be comfortable with. Why did I do that? Why did I do that? We have to be comfortable with the area. There's definitely an area here that needs to be broken. It's not going to be an exact specific. I mean, it could be, but it's going to be hard to get it specific than exact. If you keep going off of those specific exact numbers, you're not giving yourself any room for retracement. We have to give room for retracement because there's not going to be all green candles. There's going to be the red candle. You have to give yourself a little bit of room. Get out of the brokerage, look at the charts. Get out of the brokerage and look at the charts. Your brokerage is gonna, and you're zoomed in, you're probably zoomed in like this. You're probably zoomed in. So when you see a candle, it looks significant. You're like, oh no, what have I done? You need to zoom out a little bit. Which I'm pretty sure I told everyone the other day, I think it was like last week or something, I made the mistake of being zoomed in. I was literally zoomed in way too close. And I think that had a big impact on stopping myself out too early, if I'm being honest. Just by accident, I was zoomed in way too close. And then when I zoomed out, I'm like, man, that was only 30 cents. What the hell? Because of 30-cent retracement, I took myself out of a trade because of 30-cent retracement. You know, and that's uncharacteristic, but I'm almost positive it was because I was so zoomed in. So I don't want you guys to do that to yourself. If you're zoomed in like that, it's going to mess you up. It's going to look way bigger. And, you know, because we're dealing with emotions here, because we're literally dealing with visualizations, because I'm drawing on the screen. So because these are the things I'm drawing on the screen, you're hyper focused and hyper paying attention to every little bit of movement. And it's better that we have an understanding that there's a range here. It's not, could it be confirmation of the 30-minute? So look, the legs are still apart. Maybe those legs are going to close, but in my experience, they're still apart. It can still have a little bit of down left. If you're trying to call the bottom here, the legs are still apart. We could just reject underneath the 5. The 5 holds the key, right? Once the price does a certain thing, then the legs are going to react a certain way. So we can't trade off of this. It's going to give us some context, but the 5 is the key. So the 5 is going to tell us what the legs are going to do. I promise you. I promise you. The 5 is going to tell us what the legs are going to do. That's why we use it as history, but we can't use it to trade off of, because it's never going to work, because it's only going to react after the fact. That's not an accident though, Doug. That's not an accident. What you're saying, that's not an accident. If you're talking about the legs here, yeah, I get it. In a grand scheme of things, you know, we want to break this green for calls. That's what we want to break for calls in the grand scheme of things on a much larger scale. But until we get to the 5, there's nothing to do. Okay, yeah, the legs. If you're talking about the legs, then it's only going to... When we get to the 5, we'll know. It'll react after that. I promise you. Right? I promise you. It'll... Let's say if it does reject, it'll open right back up. It'll open right back up if it does reject. So we have to wait for these things to happen. So here's why this is sketchy. Because we're right next to the 5. We're right next to the 5. So our break and retest of orange could be that, right? Or it tests it, gains some strength, and then shoots off again. But ideally we like to see this, right? Ideally, we like to be above the 5. So this is sketchy territory right here, because the 5 it's close by. It's at 35, 37. So where's 35, 30? 35, 37 is, let's say right here on my dotted line. This is sketchy. This is sketchy. I'm just telling you the truth. This is sketchy because the 5 is right on my dotted line. Or it's like up here. Wherever I have the flexion. Oh, no, the 5. 35, 45. 35. Yeah, it's like right up here. The 5's right up here. So this is sketchy. So the break and retest here is probably going to be important, but again, we're going to be up against the 5. So if you made money, god damn it, call it a day. But I mean, we're going to see what's going to happen. I can get rid of this. We don't need this. This is what I was afraid. Bouncing between VWAP and the 5. This is what I was afraid of. So we have to break and retest the 5 for calls. So this right here is probably not so valid because we're up against a wall. I'm just going to let it play out. Okay, it looks like it broke the liquidity box, retested the liquidity box, and we might see a rejection, but it's up against orange, up against the 5. It's too much going on right here. This is very risky over here, so trade at your own. I don't even recommend taking a trade up here, but because I could easily see touching the 5 and then boom, retrace back down. Because we're at, I mean, we're a little bit above the 50-50, but again, we're in the range, right? And we're still, as of right now, we're still inside this orange. We didn't make this support. I'm gonna clean this up just a little bit so we could see. I mean, it looks like we're getting strength to the upside, but it's so sketchy here because the 5 is here. I'm gonna be quiet. I'm gonna let this play out. Okay, Rhino, I'm going to answer your question. I kind of did answer it already, but at the 50-50, we want to see some liftoff outside of the range. So if we weren't next to the 5, I'd be like, we need a break, retest and reject the 50-50. Or at this point here, it'd be green, right? It'd be one of these greens or the break and retest above the orange. Now, if you're taking it at the 50-50, you literally got a 50-50 shot. You see what I'm saying? But if you want some confirmation, then you're going to wait for green or you're going to wait for a break and retest of orange. Does that answer your question? Okay, perfect. That's why I call it a 50-50. It's a coin toss. If you're taking a trade right here, it's a coin toss. You know, your best bet is to wait for some type of confirmation, right? Look for some confluence. You know, look, are we above or below the water? Are we starting or ending a cycle? Does it have room to go in whatever direction? Are we up against a wall here? Start to take those things into consideration. And then to the downside, I'd be like, are we seeing any rejections? Am I looking for a dance? You know, I'd probably be looking for a dance, or a strong candle in a direction, right? A fade, right? Are we fading? Are we getting lift off in whichever direction? That's what I would be looking for. But if you're buying it at the 50-50, it's 50-50, brother. That it's in the name. It's in the name. All right, I'm gonna let this play out. I'm gonna be quiet for a little bit. Look, don't get caught in between. What is this? VWAP and the 5. Don't get caught in here, because it may just be an ugly, grindy, this. It may just be an ugly, grindy thing. And I think we're maybe expecting like a pop and just stacking, candle stacking. If it's this, you don't want to get caught in that. If you made money today, this is the time where you're like, you know what? Do I need to take the risk here? This is where you need to start asking yourself. Now, if you get some type of confirmation, if you see good candles, strong movements, if you see a good break and retest of the 5, okay, maybe. And we got some time on the clock still. Okay, I get that. But this type of movement, this is not what we want. This is moving too slow with theta. You got to deal with theta. So all of this needs to happen. We need to break this, we need to retest this, and we need to reject off of it. And it's probably not going to be a 1-2 candle type deal, right? And it's probably going to be a movement. But we're up against the 5, so most likely target is the 5, right? Most likely. But we, on a balance of probabilities, probably. But it doesn't have to be, but probably. So this retest and reject is going to be important. Because as it is right now, the 5 is at 35.50. 35.50 is it's still right here, right? It's still within my deflection. I'm gonna be quiet off to the side. Just here's the thing. Once it does get some lift off the 5, you won't be late. You won't be late. You just gotta allow for, because it's gonna be coming off the 5, expect some hostility. Expect it to be violent swings coming off the 5. But so that means you're gonna have to set your stop uncomfortable and let it play out. Maybe even take your stop off, and then once you get some space, put it back on. But allow some liftoff in whichever direction. Allow a little bit of liftoff. If you already took the trade, then you're holding. I'm gonna be off to the side, but I'll be here.
Rage on that beat, going crazy.
Okay, protect this trade. There you go, Doug. Take the money and run, brother. There you go. All right. So look, the put scenario was here, right? This one, it was risky because we're up against the 5, but it is what it is. The put scenario was way down here, at minimum on green. Well, preferably on green, right? If you would have took the risk here, fine, I get it. But green was the thing, right? It was green and orange. That's what we're contending with, green and orange. And we saw the attempts, and then finally they broke, retested, and rejected. And then we see the liftoff, right? All right, keep monitoring this trade. I'm going to clean up the chart and do some admin. Now look, again, earlier today, I took a guess that there was going to be an orange here. I didn't know for a fact. I took a guess because that's what made sense. So I got lucky twice in a row. It doesn't mean it's going to happen every time. So maybe I'll project out into the future and let you know it's a guess, but we've been getting lucky here. This is only a guess. Give me a second to do some admin. So Doug, let me ask you, life after indicators, how's it working out for you? How's it working out, life after indicators? I gotta know. And right back to market open. Let's see if we close this cup at 37.50. All right, if you took this green, protect this trade. So that'll be from 35.87 to 36.32, or actually it went to 36.48. Protect the trade. All right, look, let's analyze this a little bit. We went above the water around 1340. 1340. At the 39, we had a rejection of this orange here, but you know, we're still chopping around pretty much. And the legs crossed. When did the legs cross? At the 5. Legs crossed at the 5, so we needed to know ahead of time what to look out for. And then 5 broke, Bob's your uncle. Nico, look at the homie Nico. 2 weeks income in 1 day. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. Let me go ahead and screen share. Look at the homie right here. 2 weeks in a day. I love to hear it. I love to hear it. You just got to take your time, brother. You got it. You're getting it. There we go. People think this is a joke. People think that, you know, I don't... They think it's like risky. I get it. Trading stocks does involve risk. I get it. However, we have data to back up everything we're doing here. It's not just vibes. You're not just randomly hearing some guy on the other end of the screen saying, buy call, buy put. There's a reason why. You can use your brain to think a little bit what makes sense to you. All this makes sense. I'm not making it up. Now, Nico, I'm going to tell you like I tell everybody else, do not start to over leverage. Whatever got you here, take your time. Take your time. Let it build. Build the account. And look, you're not taking, chances are, you're not taking any other plays that I'm not offering, right? Whatever I'm offering, these are the plays. This is what it is. So if you're able to do it, just take your time. Don't over leverage. You'll see. In another 3-4 months, we're gonna have different conversations. Just understand the risk, where the risk is, and know not to over leverage. That way, by the end of the day, we come out winners. It's very hard to be wrong twice in a row. Very hard to be wrong twice in a row. Let me do the heavy lifting, and then just follow along. Pay attention. You'll be fine. And this doesn't mean that you start to plan to quit your job, right? You got to get a little bit of nest egg first. Get a little bit of nest egg first, because everyone thinks, oh, I'm going to quit my job. You got to wait a little bit. You got to wait a little bit. All right, I'm going to let this play out a little bit. I'm going to be quiet. I'm just going to let this play out. Here, we had a break and retest of 37.87. You need to protect your trade now. I'm here. I'm just being quiet. I'm going to hang out for another... Well, I'm going to let this finish, and then I'll probably get off when this is done. So whenever this stops out, I'm going to get off. So I'm going to let it play out. I'm going to be here quiet. Okay. Let's see. This one right here got me. I was chasing a little too close and then it wicked down here and it got me on the body. So I think we're going to call it for today. I think we had a pretty good day. Oh man, it better not. Look at this. Anyways, that was my fault for following it too close. But come on, man. This random ass wick out of nowhere. I saw the break and then I saw some strength coming off of it, so I moved it and then this wick got me. Look at this. Look at this. That's what I get for messing with my damn stop. Now I have to sit here. I know. I know. I know, Cruz. Man. Now I gotta sit here and like burn myself up about this. I mean, we still had a great day. You're right. You're right, Cruz. Walk away a winner. I'm definitely not gonna. Yeah, I'm done. All right. So look, let's go over some of the trades for everyone sitting in the back of the church or riding on the short bus. Here we go. Early this morning, we identified the green for puts. It had a little retracement back up to our blue, but we understood that we're in blue until we're not. So this wasn't a make or break. We also had a call scenario that was above this area here. So because none of this happened, we stayed in our trade here. This was a good trade. As you can see, we had a little opportunity for a break of green right here as well. I warned everyone that exactly at this level, at low a day, I had a lick box drawn earlier. You know, time to take profit here. Put your stop loss. Don't just let it go forever. Then we had our break of blue, right? Because we're in blue all day. We had our break of blue. This gave us some good movement exactly to our 50-50. The 50-50 ended up breaking above our orange. The orange, which we identified way earlier. I ended up putting it back because it made perfect sense. Once it was visible, you know, I put it back. But, you know, I originally had it here when it wasn't actually visible. And we could see that the break and retest here was a break, a retest, and a reject. It was very small, very short-lived. We were able to use some context in order to have some confidence in the trade. We got above the water. We were closing in at the time. We were closing in to start our bull cycle, and we were above the water. So multiple reasons to tell us to take the trade. And then we knew that we were probably going to target the 5. And if we got above the 5, which we did handily, we got above the 5, then we're going to hold for a little bit more. And that was our day. So we only had 3 real trades for the whole day, which makes sense, right? We should only be trading 3, maybe 3, and unlikely that there's going to be 4 trades in a day based on the fact that it takes about an hour to 45 minutes to an hour to set up a play. And then on this one, it took 10, 11, 12, 3 hours to play this out. So this was a 3-hour hold right here. And then, as you know, and I have exit strategies showing that you could get out either at key level or when the legs closed, which was around here when the legs closed, or on the break of our blue. That was another exit on the break of blue. This is all in our entries and exits lesson. If you haven't looked at it, please look at it. And then we identified our final setup, which was on the break of this orange. On a break and retest, it was a very light break and retest. We also had the teal here and 2 green days in a row. It's beautiful, isn't it, Stacy? You got to learn to be patient. I think you're learning that patience, Stacy. Good job. Very good job. And then beyond that, we had our green, right? So our green, we had our break and retest of the green. If you didn't collect by now on green, there's nothing I can do for you. Now this wick, this one got me. So this one got me right here. But, you know, I was chasing a little bit close. We're getting long in the tooth in the day. So I think that's going to be the day for us. But if you made money today, you need to start thinking about calling it a day. At 1550, there's going to be a spike. It's going to spike in one direction or the next. You know, maybe they want to close this cup around 37.55. So if you're still in the play, maybe you want to hold till then, but don't listen to me. Let the charts, let the charts lead us. We don't need to guess. Don't let the indicators lead you. They're going to lead you straight to destruction. If you just allow the charts to tell us what's going to happen, much better chance of success. Oh man, you're getting better. Right, good. Thanks for VWAP. That's funny, man. Yeah, so we had a little bounce in between VWAP and the 5 right here, and then it, you know, finally broke. But this right here, let me just show you guys this right here. Look at this liquidity. This is good liquidity built up. This is good liquidity. So on the downside, you know, if this did break the orange, we would have liked to see this right here. This would have been a good setup for a put, which just so would have matched up with VWAP, but that's not the point. You know, we're seeing VWAP here, but that's literally not the point, right? The liquidity break was the important point. On this side, it broke to the upside. So we see that little wedge form, and it broke to the upside. So again, we don't have to guess. We know what needs to happen. Okay, if you are interested in learning how to trade with us, go to the website livespytrading.com so I can get you sorted out. Let me give you a quick screen share so you can see that every single day we post the wins. Every single day we post the wins. Not only that, every day we have a trading plan. We know exactly what to expect. We're going to get a play out of it. We're going to get a play every single day we post the trading plans. So if you're interested in this, something you're interested in doing, I recommend you join the Discord. It's going to be your best bet. Today we did it all on the 5-minute chart. Usually I reserve the 5-minute chart just for the Discord members, but I got a little bit distracted today and I went with the 5-minute because it's our best bet. Normally for YouTube, I'm only going to be on the 1-minute chart. This is going to be difficult. Look how rough the 1 minute looks. This is rough. Much easier on the 5-minute. But anyways, and I also leave the important plays in the 5-minute chart. So another reason why you need to join. Another reason why. Now I know there's people that make money on the 1-minute chart using straight off of YouTube, and that's amazing. I don't know how y'all do it, but good for you. I'm happy I could assist. But if you really want to make this a thing, go ahead and join that Discord. It's $150 a month, but it's money well spent. So if you're interested in learning how to trade with us, go to livespytrading.com. I will get you sorted out. It's not a matter of if, but when. And YouTube, that's been my time. It's been a pleasure. Have a good day. Goodbye.